Hey, what's up, notJust developers? Welcome to a new live stream. Today is another Friday, which means that we are doing another build. And specifically today, we are continuing our e-commerce tutorial, where we are trying to clone some of the biggest parts of an e-commerce website. And we're doing this based on the Amazon website because it's the most popular one. So yeah, this is the second part of the video. If you watched previous Friday, we've done an amazing job. We've done a lot of features. I'm gonna show you what we have managed to build in the previous video shortly. But if you haven't seen that, I highly suggest you first start there, build everything that we've done in the previous week. And today we're gonna finish the UI. I'm gonna walk you through a bit through our plan, what we're trying to build here, what we already have. We're gonna start with a homepage, which will display a list of products. This is already done from the previous week. I'm gonna show you the demo. Then we're gonna continue with the product details. This is also almost finished. We only have to do the image carousel. That's when our live stream was interrupted, if you remember. Today we're gonna do the shopping cart, where we will display a list of items that we added to our cart. We're gonna display the total, how many items are there, like a proceed to checkout button and so on. And after which, this is also an interesting part, we will build this form where the user will fill in his details. I'm gonna show you how to manage the state for the form and everything. Regarding front-end technologies, we're doing everything in React Native. It's a React Native CLI build. We started the project from scratch using React Native CLI. We are writing everything in TypeScript. We are using the latest features from React, such as functional components, hooks, and so on. And we're using libraries such as React Navigation for the navigation. And by the way, today we're gonna implement the navigation between the screens, and vector icons. We use it for the icons. All right. What's next? If you're new on this channel, hello, my name is Vadim. I'm very glad that you found this channel, and I hope you find this valuable. I'm a full stack developer for over 7 years. At the moment, I'm the CTO at a small startup, and I also worked as a software developer engineer at Amazon. And nowadays I'm sharing my journey, sharing my knowledge with you guys here on YouTube in form of these project-based builds, because that's how I became a developer, and I think that's the best way to learn new technologies and to keep up to date with all new technologies that appear every year. So if you find these builds valuable, please consider to the channel because that would help me a lot. And thank you very much for the new channel members for supporting my channel financially. I really appreciate this, and you make this channel possible. So thank you to Hubert, Misko, Webguni, Sebastian, Afif, JDevCast, Judy, Maxim, thank you very much one more time. All right. So regarding prerequisites, you will need the asset bundles, where I prepare the dummy data, images, icons, PDF presentation. If you haven't already downloaded it from the previous video, follow the link assets.notjust.dev/Amazon, and you will download these files that you will need during today's build. You will also need some coffee, of course. And if you haven't followed the first part, you can also get the source code everything that we have built in the first part, you can get it on the GitHub following this URL. And yeah, in the repository, look for the branch part 1. And this is the branch that we're gonna start from today, because the main branch will probably be updated in future. All right, so with that being said, I think the intro is done and we can see what people are saying. Hello, everyone. Hello, Puri. Hello, Romeo. Привет. How are you guys doing today? All right. Baraka, hello. Will there be a backend video for this series? Yes, this is a full stack build and we're gonna have multiple videos in this series. Today we finish with a UI. Then we're gonna have a video where we implement everything, the backend. And then we're gonna have one more video where we will implement the payment gateway. So yeah, stay tuned, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell to be notified when this video are published on the channel. But usually I go live every Friday at 2 p.m. GMT. And yeah, the next 2 or 3 weeks, we're gonna continue working on the Amazon clone. So hopefully that answered your question. Okay, hello from Colombia. Hello, Luis. All right, guys. So where did we stop previous time? First of all, let's have a short demo to see what we already have in our application. All right, here we go. So here is our home page or our search page. We don't have yet the search bar. We're gonna add it a bit later, but yeah, here is a list of products that we can display. We can scroll through it, yeah, vertically. Each item displays like an image, it displays a title. If a title is too long, it will add these 3 dots. It will display the ratings, and depending on the average rating, it will display the amount of stars. And also the price. And the price, you can see that it can have a discount. In this case, here, yeah, this is the home page. And if I change here some stuff, because we don't have yet the navigation, but we're gonna implement it today. If you would press on any product on that page, you will be redirected to the product screen. So let's see what's going on here. Come on. Let me restart the server. Something happened here. It doesn't want. Oh yeah. I think my server was running in some terminal here. So let me close that one, start it here. Harsh is saying, watch your previous videos and learning React Native with these super awesomely explained videos. Man, thanks for this source. Love from India. Thank you very much. And yeah, stay safe, bro. Yeah, I know that what's going on there in your country, so I'm praying for you. Okay, we have our emulator here. Let's try to rerun it. Yarn iOS. All right, so let's yeah, the build has successfully finished, and let's see it. Come on, let's go. Oh, sorry. Okay, so here is the details page. We have here on the top like the title. It's based on the design from where? Let's see it. From here. So yeah, we have the title. We have an image here, the image carousel. Then we have an option to select different options of the item. And yeah, we have there an issue that I'm gonna show you today how to solve it. And below we have a price, we have a description, and down below we should also have buttons. We already have them, but our page is not scrollable yet. So we're gonna fix these things today. That's the first thing that we're gonna do. Okay. So yeah, the last thing that we were working on when our live stream stopped previous video was our what's it called? The image carousel here. Let's open it. So yeah, we rendered a horizontal list of images using a flat list. That's not the hardest part. Then we also made it possible that these images will snap to the center of the screen. So whenever we scroll, the image will either come back or it's gonna like swipe to the next one, but always it's gonna be centered on the screen. This makes this flat list behave like a carousel that will show these images. Then we have built this dot indicator to indicate like which image we are currently viewing and how many images there are. As you see, it's not working yet. We just rendered the UI of them. So let's open this component, have a look at it. It's here, image carousel index. Okay, hope you can see it. So as I was saying, we have a flat list where we send our images, which we will receive through props. Okay, replace images with okay. And for the render item, we are rendering just an image component where we display each individual image in our carousel. Using like horizontal, we make sure that the list is horizontally displayed. We hide the scrollable indicator that looks ugly. Using this snap to interval, snap to alignment, and deceleration rate, we make sure that the images snap to the center of the screen. Okay, so then we were displaying the dots. The dots are displayed here. So we loop through each image, and for each image we will render a dot. So if there are like 10 images, we will render 10 dots. And we style the dot depending on the image that we want to represent with that dot. So if the index of that image is equal to the active index, to the index of the active image on the screen, then the background color will be this one. Otherwise, it's gonna be this one. So in this case, if I set here that the active index is 0, we're gonna see here that the first, it should be updated. If I refresh, the first dot should be highlighted. Now the idea is, okay, we can show it, but we never update the active index. We need to somehow listen to updates from this carousel and update the active index in our state. How to do that? That is done using onViewableItemsChanged. This is a callback function for the flat list, and it's going to be called whenever the items that are visible on the screen has changed. So if a visible item disappears from the screen, it's going to be called, or if a new item is visible on the screen, again is going to be called. So with this callback function, we will receive the viewable items, a list of items that are visible on the screen. And yeah, to do that, we also need to send some configuration in order to tell the Flatlist how should our Flatlist behave, when should an item be considered visible. And in our case, we said that the item should be considered visible only if it covers more than 50% of the area of a Flatlist. In this case, if I try to scroll like this, no, this way, the item on the left covers probably 10 or 20% of a screen, so it's not considered yet visible. But however, whenever it passes like 50%, it's considered visible, and it will trigger this on viewable item change. Yeah, let's look at the console log here. So if I open the debugger, let's have a look. Let's have a look here. And yeah, we see an array. So the array will say us like what's the index of item visible, what's the item itself, and if it's visible or not. Okay, so with this information, we can get this index and set it in the state, right? There is only one issue, but I'm gonna discuss about it in a moment. So with these viewable items, this is an array. So we can check if there are more than one element in this array. If there are at least one element in this array, then we want to set active index to the viewable items at position 0 dot index. So this is an array. We take the first element and then we take the index. Okay. Number or null is not assigned to parameter of type number. Okay, we can set index or 0 in this case, because index can be 0 in some cases. Okay, so if I change, we will receive an error. Changing on viewable items changed on the fly is not supported. What does that mean? Yeah, to explain that, I'm gonna extract this arrow function in a separate function, like in a separate named function. So I'm gonna copy everything here, and I'm gonna extract it const on Flatlist update or something like that. Doesn't matter. Yeah, but is equal to this is equal to this arrow function, and we're gonna send it here. So on viewable items change, we'll call this function. So why do we get this error? Is because every time we change some state in our component, let's say that we change the where is it? Whenever we change the state, for example, whenever we change this option, React will update its component, and what this means is that it's going to create a new function. The function is going to be the same, but it's going to be created like one more time. It's going to be created a new function, and it's going to be sent here. So basically, we're sending a new function, and Flatlist does not like that. It wants the on-viewable items change to not change, to be the same whenever you assign it. So to fix this issue, we're going to wrap this arrow function in a use callback hook, and this use callback hook will remember not to create a new function, and it will just store that function in memory. Yeah, to use it, it's pretty use callback like this. Then we're gonna just wrap it here. Use callback. Okay. we close the use callback here. And the first parameter will be this, our callback function, like the function that we want to define. And the second parameter will be the dependency list. The dependency list will act similar to the dependency list of a use effect. So when should this function be recreated? In our case, we do not depend on anything, so we can set it to empty. So it's going to be created the first time that the component mounts and never be recreated. And in this case, if I save, hope it's going to work. Okay, where is it? Hey guys, thank you. Happy coding. Thank you very much. Let's change now the state, and you see nothing happens because we change the state, but we do not recreate this function. We create it just once, and everybody is happy. And look, our the active index in our dot indicator is working now as it's supposed to be. So if I scroll, it changes. You see, I'm gonna show you when it changes. It should change like, here in the middle. When I scroll back and forth, it changes from one to another. Hopefully that was clear, like why and how we were doing this image carousel. It's nothing too complicated. We are using simple primitive components from React, such as Flatlist, and we are rendering this beautiful image carousel. Let me think if that's it with this image carousel. We can loop through them. We fixed this with use callback. I think we are good here. Another thing that I want to fix on this page is to make the page scrollable, because right now we don't see the details on the bottom of the screen because we have too much data here. So let's go to screens, product screen, index, and import a component from React Native called scroll view, and let's try to replace our root view in this component with a scroll view. Let's hope that it will work. Okay, element type is invalid, expecting a string for built-in components. What's this? String is not assignable to type string. Product images. Oh, here in image carousel, I always confuse this. To define that a type should be an array of something, we will define it as the type and then the square brackets. My bad. And is our product screen now scrollable? Yes, now our product screen, as you see, it's scrollable. Okay. Now we can see the quantity here that we build. This is a custom component. We see our buttons that we created here. They're working, but at this moment we are not redirecting anywhere. And here is the description of item. So I think that's pretty much the most important parts of a product page in any application. Like we can go crazy here and implement a lot of feature. When I was looking at Amazon, like how many features there are, like it's insane. Like how many, like comparison, like suggestions, recommendation, reviews, and so on. But if you're starting a new startup, which is related to e-commerce, I think that this is the minimum, and everyone would need like a title, like some image carousel to show more details about your product, an option selection if you have like different sizes, different colors, and so on. The price, a description box where you can put everything about the product, Then the user will be able to select the quantity that he wants to order. And yeah, adding to cart, buying, and so on. And from this, later on, you can improve this build by adding more features, by adding more components and widgets here on this product screen. But for now, we can move on. All right. Skia, hello. Welcome to a React Native build. I think today it's gonna be more structured than on Sunday. So if you haven't seen on Sunday, I decided to do a live coding for for our future platform, notJust dev. And it's gonna be done in notJust with technologies that I'm not that experienced, but I'm very much interested in learning them. So we had a pretty nice live stream on Sunday. I learned a lot from people from the chat. Hi Tarun, we are back. Hello. When will you upload the last Uber cloned app tutorial? The Uber application, as planned, it's finished. Like we have how many, like 5 videos there or something like that. I saw that a lot of people are asking me regarding the next part, but it's on the channel if you look. So, or if you check the playlist of Uber clone, you should see it. I'll have a look why is the problem, but yeah, this is one of the reasons I want to build the platform, the notJust.dev, because a lot of people join the channel and they are a bit confused, like where to start, what to start, if they build like Uber and like which is the next part and so on. And it's impossible to do this very structured on YouTube. So I want to build the platform where you will be able to see all the builds, you'll be able to see like the technologies, you'll be able to see a short demo of all the builds before you start building, so that you know that if that's something interesting for you to build. And the videos will be like structured. Okay, this series is composed of like 4 or 5 videos. Here they are, like go ahead and start building it. So it's gonna come. Can't promise that soon because I have a lot of things with university, startup and so on, but I really am excited to work on it. Make one video on AWS Amplify for beginners step by step. Yeah, that's a good suggestion. I was thinking about something like that. Yeah, we're using Amplify in a lot of builds, and I'm trying to explain all the steps that I'm doing. And I hope that, yeah, and I know that a lot of people that are using Amplify for the first time, they managed to get the hang of it and to understand like how to set up everything, how to build an Amplify. And yeah, I think that's a really great way to learn just by doing it. I'm not familiar with React Native, I suck at it. Yeah, me too. That's why I'm doing YouTube tutorials, YouTube builds with it. Have a demon currently watching your Spotify clone to learn TypeScript and Expo. It's really helpful so far. Thanks a lot. Thank you very much. Yeah, Spotify was a really successful one. Can you connect this up to Firebase? You can definitely connect it with Firebase. Will I? Probably not. For when a clone of Tinder clone. After we finish this clone, I'm gonna run a poll with the most requested clones. So if Tinder is what you choose, then we're gonna swipe left and right. Okay guys, let's get going, because previous video was like, what, 4 hours, and we didn't finish the UI. So let's try to finish the UI today. I'm gonna stop like in between features and we're gonna have a chat. But the next step that we have to do is the shopping cart. So whenever we will add things to our shopping cart, Then we will be able to access the shopping cart here in our menu. We will be able to edit the quantity of items, and we're going to be able to place the order. All the logic about the shopping cart, like how we manage it in state and so on, will come with the backend video. So today I just want to prepare the screen. So let's do that. And as you see, the shopping cart is pretty similar to our home screen because it renders a list of items. The only difference is that it will also render an extra line here for each item with a quantity, with some buttons, and also on top it will display the proceed to checkout buttons and like the subtotal, and so on. So for that reason, I'm gonna reuse our product item component to render the items in our shopping cart. But to do that, let's create a new screen in our screens directory. I'm gonna create a folder called shopping cart screen. And here we can create a index.tsx. I was looking, are we using TSX or JavaScript? Okay. To be honest, I'm gonna copy the contents from the home screen because I'm lazy to write all the boilerplate. I'm gonna place it here, and from here we're gonna edit it. One more step in the app.tsx. Let's also import our shopping cart screen and render it here instead of our product screen, just to see it on the screen. So here it is. It's a list of products. The products are displayed from our data products, and this data folder you got from the asset bundle that you downloaded it. So here is the products. However, we have a different file here, which is called cart.ts. This cart.ts contains the data for our cart. So it will, besides the item, it also contains the quantity, and yeah, that's it. So let's replace products here to import them not from data products, but from data.cart. Okay, like this. So here product item is item. It's gonna be weird because it's item.item here. So we can call it here no, it should be item. Yeah, here we have all the information, all the data. But besides the product item, we will also need the, where is it? We will also need the quantity selector. Let's think how is the best way to do this. In components, to duplicate the product item and call it shop product item, shopping cart product item, and then add there the quantity selector, or just to add it somewhere here. Yeah, I don't like the idea of copy pasting the things, so I'm gonna do it directly here. So let's wrap this thing into the brackets, and because here besides the product item as the second row, we will need to render quantity selector. So the quantity selector, we have this component here in the index.ts in the components folder. So let me duplicate this line. Quantity selector, and here. But we need state for it. Yeah, we will need state for the quantity selector. And that's, yeah, quantity and set quantity. That's why we're gonna go with creating a separate product item component that is gonna be used in the shopping cart. In the components, product item is going to be used in the home screen, and if we just copy paste it and rename the folder to cart product item, this is the item that is going to be displayed in the shopping cart. Because right now we're going to just add just a little difference, but in future maybe we will add the difference between this item might be bigger. So let's also rename here to cart product item props. What else? And export default cart product item. And our props, let's look at the data. So our data cart, each item contains like quantity, ID, quantity, and then the information about the item itself. So for that reason, I'm gonna put it as not very clear, like why I'm doing this, but I need to wrap it around one more item. I can call this one cart item, and the cart item will contain ID of type string. It will contain quantity type string, and it will contain the item itself. So here I will destructure the cart item, and yeah, at the top I can also destructure, for example, quantity and the product item from our cart item. A lot of item. With that being said, I'm gonna go back to our, let me close ours not to confuse everything. In our screens, shopping cart index, and yeah, I don't need this one. And instead of product item, I'm gonna switch to cart product item. Let's do it here. And in this case, we want to send the cart item, and the cart item is gonna be the whole thing that we receive here. Cart ID quantity. What's the issue here? And option or what? Data cart. Oh yeah, also it has option. So the cart item will also specify like what option did we choose. That's another, where is it? That's another property in our cart product item. Here, besides the quantity, we are gonna have this option string, and the option will be optional. Save. Let's have a look. If it works now. Oh yeah. I would have to compare to understand like what's the difference. ID string, quantity. Oh, quantity is number. So here quantity should be number, not string. And if I go back, now it doesn't complain because the types are the same. And yeah, now we can import the quantity selector. Import quantity selector from our quantity selector component. And we're gonna need a state somewhere where we will keep the quantity itself. So from not React Native, but from React, we're gonna get the use state. We're gonna get the use state. Okay. Const. Yeah, we will need it to call it the same quantity, but let's change this one to quantity prop. Based on the quantity prop, we're gonna set the state. So quantity set quantity is equal to use state. Yeah, let's initialize it with a quantity prop. And somewhere here we will need to, if we scroll, I don't know where, we will need to put the quantity selector component. So it expects two properties. One, quantity, which we can take from state, and a setter, which we will send the set quantity. Like this, but not like this. Let's think. I will have to, you know what? Put everything into another view, because this whole thing where is it? So because this whole thing that we already have is the item itself, and it's a row, but we need a new row, so that's why I'll put it like this. What's going on here? Yeah, like this. Save. And now they are like different rows. Okay, and if I change here, yeah, I change the quantity itself. Okay. Are you from Russia? No, I'm not from Russia. I'm from a post-Soviet country called Moldova. Okay. So we have here the quantity selector. Yeah, we can adjust a lot of styles here. Like to put it inside the container and so on. So if we want to put it inside the container, let's have a look at what this root has. Okay. I will need to split the root into two components. One that will contain like the background color and so on, and one that will contain the flex direction row. So one will be, I don't know, let's say row. And that one will contain the flex direction row. And probably that's it. So in this way, I can move the styles root to our root view, and this one will be a row. And in this case, our, yeah, this selector goes here. Styles. So margin vertical, I don't know. In this case, we can also add some paddings or it really depends on the designs that you want to accomplish. Here the quantity selector, we can put it inside the view just to make it look better. So this way we can style it. So styles dot quantity container. So the quantity container, yeah, I'm gonna delete the padding from here. Can have, I don't know, a margin left 20. Something like that, and also some margin top 5, 10, or margin vertical to be on top and bottom. Yeah, something like this we can do. Your accent betrays you. Yeah, I know, but you cannot do anything about it. Just practice. Okay, so we have our list of items. It's okay. Now let's render this header with a subtotal, with proceed to checkout button, and yeah. So to do that, in our not home screen, what is this home screen? Oh, in our shopping cart screen, I forgot to rename it to shopping cart screen. So here, yeah, let's start by doing this. And then I'm gonna show you how to refactor. So here we will have the view. Now we try to render oh, come on. We try to render this top component, and what it is composed of 3 rows, like first row, second row, and a checkbox. Or yeah, we can even skip this checkbox. The gift received for easy returns. Not sure if it's that important. So here in our Visual Studio Code, let's go back. The first one is gonna be what? A text. And it's gonna say subtotal free items, or we can even say products dot length items and the total price, right? Okay, the total price, we will calculate it somewhere here. So const total price. So what's going to be the total price? The total price, let's have a look at our data, cart.ts. The total price will be the sum of all the item prices multiplied by their quantity. So for each item, we multiply the price with a quantity, and then we do a sum on everything. So the total price will be products dot reduce, because we have an array and we want to reduce it to one value. So that's how you do it. And here is the callback function, like this. And the second parameter is the starting value. So the starting value will be 0. Okay, so we get summed price. The first one is a parameter that will contain a accumulator value, a value that is gonna accumulate every time we call this reduce function. And the second parameter is the product. So how should we sum things? We will say, okay, let's do it like this. So the result will be summed price plus, not products, but product, plus product dot item dot price multiplied by the product dot item dot quantity, not item, just quantity, right? And what's gonna happen here? So replace quick fix. And total price, let's show it here. Is this way of calculating the total price clear for you guys, like with reduce function? Because I hope it works. Total price. Text is not defined. Okay, let's import text from our React Native. Save. Subtotal, subtotal. How to pronounce this subtotal? 3 items, and the total price is 186 because we, yeah, 1 of 20, 2 of 39. Yeah, that's, if my math is correct, then yeah, JavaScript calculated it correctly. But we can do it to like dot to fixed, like to position, in order to get rid of all the zeros after the dot. Okay, let's do it like this. And how does it work? Does it look? We need to style the total price with a different color, and for that reason I'm gonna wrap it inside another text. So the general text, we will style it with, I know, font size 18, right? What's there? Not gonna be too perfect about the styles here. And for the second text, I'm gonna style it with, I'm not gonna repeat myself font size 18 because it's it will inherit the font size from this text. Here I'm just gonna say color apparently this plugin has a picker. Come on, I was able to pick colors here. No, come on. Yeah, I don't know. I remember that one time I pressed and I was able to pick the colors. Very weird. So let's do color picker. And it's, or we can, we have this here, but I don't see any colors that match that one. Or is it a orange? Yeah, it's probably the orange one. So what's the color orange? E47911. Sorry, 47911. Save. Here it is. It's okay, and we can even say font weight bold. Yeah, that's good for me. And this is our first line here. Probably the font bold is only for the price. Yeah, let's try to keep it like this. And if we want to add space between the this text and this text, we need to do it like in this ugly way. Okay. First line, I'm okay with that. For the second line, we need to add a button, proceed to checkout. We already have a custom component for that button. We created it in previous video, so components, button. I'm gonna import it like this. And after these texts, I'm gonna add the button itself. The button needs, first of all, a text. Proceed to checkout. And also on press with a function. Yeah, at the moment, let's just console warn go to checkout. Yep, it's there. We can style it with a different color by setting here, how is it called? Container style. And this is how we can override some styles, because we implemented this container style property in our custom button. So the background color can be the yellow. Give me an yellow. That's an ugly yellow. Something like this. Yeah, okay, that's not the best, but it's okay. If I do also border color, that's better. All right. Okay, the proceed to checkout. If we press it, yeah, we see that it's working. Okay, now what I wanted to show you is in the shopping cart screen. We have here this flat list, but before that we have this header in our screen that displays the subtitle, the proceed to checkout button, and so on. And if we scroll the items, you see that this proceed to checkout button remains here all the time. So maybe that's something that you want in your application. However, if you want that the top part of the screen to scroll together with a flat list, we will just copy this component and add it to list header component. And here we will add it as a return type of our arrow function. So like this, save. And it displays the same. However, when we scroll, it will scroll together with our flat list. So it really depends on your design choices and if you want this to scroll or to remain always on the screen. I'm gonna leave it like this. Not sure how Amazon is doing, but yeah, that's not the point. So we have a subtotal, checkout button, list of items, quantity selector. Okay, yeah. I think that we have everything that we need. Not sure why now this quantity selector looks weird. Why? Bro, just why? Not here in the cart, product item, index, styles, quantity selector. Just 5 in every direction. Yeah, it depends. Like, yeah, in this case, it works okay. And yeah, all the logic about like changing the quantity and updating the items in the state with updating the total price, we're gonna implement when we are gonna implement the backend. So don't worry about that, just keep building. Okay, this is done, so we will be able to go to the next step. Hi Vadim, your clones are helping me a lot. I'm really glad that you find them valuable and you are learning. Say my name, Siva Manikandan. I hope I pronounce it correctly. Hi Vadim, I like your videos a lot. Do you have any videos where you implement Amplify authentication policies? For example, restrict content for only signed in users. Yeah, of course, we do this in probably every clone that we have on the channel. I think that Amazon is the only one that we are gonna think to do it differently, because here you should be able to see the items, like to browse products even if you're not logged in. But in other clones, for example, I know Netflix, Instagram, Twitter, WhatsApp, everywhere we restrict the application usage based on the authentication. So first of all, the user will authenticate and then they will enter the application. Hello, Lung. Hello, Kiss My Pixels. Yeah, thank you very much for your message. It was a message in Romanian. Okay, regarding the general questions like this, which is the best laptop for coding, I think the best way to do is to ask them in our Discord channel, or to ask them at the end of this video, because during the video I try to stay specific to the project that I'm building right now. Yeah, just to respect everyone watching this. So at the end of the video, I'm gonna try to stay for maybe half an hour to answer any of your questions. Salut Kana, thank you very much. Hello Varun. Okay guys, so the next step is the address form, where we will be able to select our address to render these inputs, to manage all the state and so on. So it's gonna be a lot of things to do, not very fun things to render forms, but it's something that we need to do in probably most of applications. Okay, so for that, let's create a new screen, of course. New folder. How's it? Address form, address screen. Let's keep it simple. New file, index.tsx. Okay, and here I'm gonna do address screen. Address screen. And the last thing, in our app.tsx, let's import our address screen. And replace it here in our return statement in our application function. Okay, we see here the text address screen, which means that we render it correctly, and we should start building it, implementing all the logic. Oh, that's gonna be interesting. Okay, the first step is the country selector, right? For the selector, I think we already have this. Where is it? In the product screen, we have our, yeah, picker. Let's import it. And we're gonna have, yeah, let's define like each input field in their separate row. So I'm gonna style them with, I don't know, style dot styles dot row, but it's not from there, but from a file that I'm gonna create right now because it will crash if I don't. So styles dot ts, and here, yeah, let's define the style sheet. I already forgot how to. Okay, something like this, React Native style, and I just need to import the style sheet. Okay, and let's just export styles. And in our index.ts, we import them correctly. Export default. Yeah, my bad. Export default. Save. Index. Now it works. Yeah. So in this view, we're gonna have a picker, and the picker will have different picker dot item with what it has, like value, I don't know, Moldova, and text, or how is it? Label, and label same Moldova. Yeah, we have it here. But we need a way to get the list of all the countries. So there are different strategies to do that. Either to write them yourself. That's also not a bad choice, because countries is something that doesn't change a lot. So you can write them once, put them inside a file, and then get them here. But I think I'm gonna search for a package that will give me all these country names. So country list or something like that. I remember I was using one package for this. Okay, maps. Okay, get code, get name, but a list. Do you have a list? Country list? Return an array of all country names. Return a key value object of all country using the name as a key. I think that's what we will need. Yep. Let's try this one. It's called country list. Hopefully. Oh no, not like this. Okay. Why I forgot? Okay, that's how you open the the console. So yarn install country list. Yarn add, Vadim. Yarn add. Hello, Adrian from Spain. Hola. Okay, let's import to where is it? Let's import country list from is declared but its value is never read. What? Let's do console log country dot get, how is it called? Get code list. And return code map. Oh, I need to call it, of course. Save. And yeah, here we have all the countries. Are they sorted? Yeah, I think so. No. They're sorting based on their code name. Okay, that's not an issue. So, we can say here, so const countries equal to this. So we have an object like a map with all the countries where the key is the code of a country. Oh, we can even call the get data, you know? Console log. Let's see what format it has, countries. Because I think this one is an array actually. Yeah, this one is an array. Okay. And yeah, this is gonna be easier for us if it's an array, because now we can map through this array of countries dot map, and for each country that we have in our array, we're gonna render a picker item like this. I think our styles will be mad there, but we'll see. So the value will be the country dot, let's say code, because it's okay to have a code as a value. But for the label, we're gonna say country dot name. Country dot name, right? Save. And here we have all the countries on the planet that we can select. By the way, on Android, this picker should look different, and it should look like a native Android picker. Yeah, that's the idea behind this component, because it should look native to the platform that it is run for. Okay, it doesn't want to do that, but no worries. Okay, so we have this one. Let's keep it in state. Let's make sure that we remember what country we picked. So for that reason, let's say country and set country is equal to use state. Initially, we're gonna set it to the first one, but not to the whole country, but to the code of that country, right? I don't know. Use state. So let's import it from React. here, and we're gonna send it to this speaker component, the on value changed, and also the, how's it, selected value. Selected value is equal to country, and on value change we say set country. And let's console log here the selected country, just to make sure that whenever we scroll through that list of countries, we actually update our state. Let's go here, and if I scroll, yeah, we see the country code of a selected country whenever we scroll and we select something. Okay, that's good, because by having it in state, we're going to be able to use it whenever we submit this form. Without this, yeah, we are able to select, but we don't have a reference to the selected value. Skia is suggesting I-18 ISO countries. Yeah, I think that's what I was looking for. Yeah, that's right. But yeah, this one as well works. Adrian is asking, how are we able to establish a login page before the home page? So in using Amplify, that's super easy. That's like one line of code. You just wrap your application, like the app.tsx, inside a function that you import from Amplify, which is called with authentication. And then everything else is taken care for you. So if there is no like authentication token, the user will be redirected to the login screen, and whenever he logins, then it's gonna show your application. So yeah, I suggest having a look at one of the builds that we have on the channel. Okay, let's move on with the other inputs. So what do we have here? Full name, first name, and last name. Here. Should we just create a component? First of all, let's code the input here, and then we're gonna think if we want to take one row to a separate component, because as we see, it has a label, it has an input, some styles, and so on, and they're pretty much the same, like this one, except this one has two inputs with one label. But yeah. Okay, let's do it like this. So it has text and input. We're gonna have a new view with a style row. We don't have the styles yet, but I just prepare them. So in a moment, we're gonna define the styles. And here we have a text for the label. Let's call it styles dot label, and the text will say, what's gonna say, full name, first and last name. Full name, first and last name. And after the label, we are gonna have an input text. So that's as well a standard component called text input from React Native. We get it here, text input, and text input will have, it will have a couple of properties because it's there, but you cannot see it. So I can write there, but it doesn't have any styles. Okay, let's see. Text input. What properties, what styles can we adjust here for the text input? React Native. Is there a way to run application on a physical device, React Native CLI? Yes, of course. You just connect your device. The best thing is just to find the instruction here on React Native documentation, because you'll have to set up some settings on your phone to enable development mode. And then you just connect your phone and do the same Yarn Android, for example, without having any emulator active, and then it runs on your Android device. So here, text input, it has style, but the style is not a normal style, it's an object with different values, right? Styles here, it has a style for the input and a style for what else? Oh, here, note that not all text styles are supported. Let's just try it. So the style will be styles.input. There will be a placeholder. The placeholder is gonna be what? Full name, right? Oh, what's going on here? Full name. And regarding state, we're gonna come back and adjust it in a bit. So right now, let's go back to our styles and style a bit this page. So I'm gonna add one more style to the root component. So if I go to the styles, we're gonna have a style for the root. We're gonna have a style for the row. We're gonna have a style for the label and for the input. So the root, first of all, will have some padding 10 to add some spacing. Unexpected token. Like this. A row will have, I don't know, label will have font size, I don't know, 16, font weight, bold. Save. Font size 16 too much. Yeah, like this. Input. Input will have, let's start with background color red, because that's how developers style things. And let's go with a height of 30, like this. Shall I make this a little bit bigger so you can see what I'm doing? Just remind me whenever I will work on the bottom part of the screen to make it smaller so you could see. Height 30. I don't know what else. Oh, it has some border. Okay, so it has the background color will be white. It will have some padding. No, very small, like 5. It will have some margin vertical, just to have some spacing between the label. Let's say also 5. And let's work with the borders. So the border width of 1, border color light gray, and border radius to make the corners a bit round of 5. Save. Is it something similar? 5 is too much. The corners are too round and the inputs are a little bit taller. Yep. So in that case, I'm gonna do border radius not 5 but 3 or even 2, and height 40. Yeah, that's a little bit better. Okay. Okay, regarding the state, because right now we do not store the value of this input anywhere in state, so we will have to say full name, define a state for this field. Full name is use state. Initially is gonna be empty. And for the text input has a field value, and the value will be our full name from state, and a on change text, this one. The on change text is a callback function that is going to be called whenever we change the text. So when changing the text, we want to set it to our state here. So if we save, let's try to write something here, and let's try to console log full name. But I already know that it's working because I see it. I see it there. So whenever we change the text here, we see that the state is updated. It looks so cool. The pyramid. All right. Okay, we have it for our full name. For the phone number, now we can just copy paste everything from here, but I think that's what we're gonna do. I'm not gonna create a separate component, but you could like take the text and text input, put it into a separate component, and just send the value of label and everything from here, for example, the value and set full name. But I'm not gonna do that, so I'm gonna copy it. We can add some comments, by the way, just to know what is this. This is full name. Next one is phone number. Let's define a separate state for our phone number. Phone and set phone. Here, let's update phone number. Same thing for the placeholder. Phone number, value, phone, and set phone. Something like this. And we have another input here. For the styles row, I would add some vertical margins to separate the inputs one from another. Margin vertical 5, just 5. And now you see that, yeah, they look a bit better. 10, I think, is going to be too much. Like a 5 is probably okay. Okay, so we should continue. Okay, let's see what people are saying. Thanks, Vadim, you are number 1. Thank you very much for the support. Is there a way to run the app on? Yeah, I answered that. Have you used code push for React Native for on-air updates? In the tutorials, no, I don't think I used it. I used the Expo and Expo build. It also has like over-the-air updates. You can check that out. Can your TypeScript project be used in my JavaScript project? Yes, it can. Just ignore all the types that I'm setting. For example, I don't know where. Whenever I specify the types of a value, you just ignore them, and that's JavaScript. Hi sir, can you complete the project for a reference of a full-featured e-commerce app? Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do with this build. We're gonna have all the major features of an e-commerce application, like UI, all the product searches, adding to cart, managing cart, checkout, and so on. Seeing the orders, registering the orders in the database, integrating the payment gateway, and so on. But yeah, I'm gonna limit this build only to these main features that every e-commerce app should have. So it's gonna be a pretty full-featured e-commerce app. Why not validate the phone number input but by entering a number only? We can do that. For example, for the text input, we can say how is it, type or style, I think it's type number, keyboard type, right? Keyboard type, let's add it at the end of it, is equal to phone pod, right? Yeah, this one. So right now in our phone tab, if I open the IO keyboard, toggle software keyboard, here I see the number keyboard. It doesn't mean that I cannot use, I don't know, some punctuations or something like that, but the keyboard will be different. You can add even more strict rules and more validation, of course. Where is it? View. Oh, come on. IO. Okay, thanks for suggesting that. The next field, this is phone number, address. Let's do the address field. I'm gonna copy. Address. Let's add the set address. We will remove a keyboard type, and let's add a address state. Set address. Yep, like this. I'm gonna skip the second input for the address. I mean, I can add it, but yeah, let's keep it a bit simpler. Even for the city and stuff like that, I think you already get the idea of how to manage these forms. So you just copy paste it, define different state for them, and you add any fields that you would like. So for example, city, it's pretty much the same thing for every field. And we define the state for that field. City. Set city. What else is important there? The state, yeah, as well. You either hard code it yourself, the states, or you get some library that will contain the states fields, the zip code, and yeah, let's add this button in for the checkout at the bottom. I'm not gonna add more fields here because it's pretty self-explanatory, like how to add it. At least that's how I think. For the button at the end of the screen, I'm gonna import our custom component from components button. No, button like this, and we can add it at the end of the screen with the text. I don't know. Checkout, and on press I'm gonna assign on checkout function, and this function let's implement it here, const on checkout, and here is where you can run some extra validations. I don't know, you can probably let's say I will show you a simple validation method how you can use. For example, if full name is an empty string like this, then we can show an alert. Let's import the alert here. Alert.alert. Please fill in the full name field, and I can return from this function, so nothing will happen if there is no full name. So if I press checkout, please fill in the full name field. However, if I have something here, I press checkout, nothing happens. I can console warn here success checkout. So now if I check out, I see the success message. However, if I don't have anything here, I press checkout. The function will not go here because it will return from here by showing this alert. This is a pretty primitive way of validation because, yeah, there are other methods. For example, here we will also validate the phone number. Please fill in the phone number. So if we don't have anything, it will say us, please fill in the full name. Okay, we fill in the full name. When we check out, then it say, please fill in the number field, and so on. The number here. You can, yeah, like do extra validations like is phone number valid, and implement this function by checking the phone number using a regular expression. Yeah, the options are limitless here. Another thing how you can do this validation is to do them in line and in a real-time way. For example, the user let me show you how to do that as well. I'm gonna do the first two will be validation on submit, but for the address, let's do validation on edit. So for the address, we will have a separate state. For example, const address error and set address error. This is going to be a state that will keep the error message of our address. So initially use state, our address will not have any errors, right? That's okay. However, where is it? Text input, where is the address? You will have to play a lot with the styles and how you want to actually display it. But I can display the error beneath the input itself by doing a conditional rendering, saying if address error is true, if it's not an empty string, we will render a text with the error itself. So where is it? Address error. Like this. and I'm gonna add some styles, for example, style.error label. Let's copy it, let's add the styles for this, and the only thing that I want to do is to change the color to red. Strings must be... What's going on? Did I mistype something? Text strings, but where? 34. Is it here? Yeah, it's there. Address and text. If I do it like this, yeah, this way we cast a string to a boolean. So by negating it 2 times, we transform it to a true or false value depending on the string itself. So initially nothing happens there. However, if we set the address error invalid address, save, we see the invalid address beneath the address field. But how can we manage this error state automatically? That's by doing something like this. So on change text, whenever we change the text, whenever we type, we need to clear all the errors. Because, for example, if I have here an error and I start typing, I don't want to see the error. I assume that the field is there is no error in that field. So for that reason, I'm gonna do here. I'm gonna expand that function because I need to do 2 things. The first thing is to set address to the text, and the second thing is to set address error to empty string. I can do it like this, so it's gonna be more clear. Save. What's going on? Can find text, you mean? Hello? Oh, arrow function. I forgot about that. Right now we have an error, but whenever we start typing, the error disappears. That's good. Then we should validate the field, but not when we type, because that's going to be annoying. Because, I don't know, if you didn't finish typing, we should wait the user to finish typing before validating it. So there is this callback function on the text input called on and editing, something like this. And here we can call a function that we will define in a moment called validate address. Validate address. So let's define the const validate address. So how should we validate address? Let's say if the address field dot length is less than 3 characters, let's say that the address is too short and is invalid. So set address error, we set it to address is too short. You can have multiple checks here, like depending on how you want to validate the specific field. I don't know, you can have like if it's more than 10 character, address is too long. That's just a very random validation, but I just want to show you how you can validate it. So, and let's do it initially. It's gonna have no error. Let's save. No error. We start typing, I type something, and I go away, like I focus on a different field. Now, our text input will trigger this on-end editing. The on-end editing will try to validate the field. It will see that the address length is less than 3, it's 1, and it will say address is too short. And yeah, we update the state of the address error, we display it here. We go back, we edit it, address is too long. Okay, we put it like this, it's perfect, there is no error. And this way you can have like very nice inline validation for your text fields. It's pretty cumbersome to do that. You have to do this to reset the error. You have to validate the field. You have to show the text. Also, if you want to adjust the styles of the input based on the error state, you can do that as well. For example, you can have a red border. Like here, like the possibilities are limitless, and it's only based on the UX that you're trying to build and how you want to do it. But yeah, inline errors is a very good way to validate forms. And by the way, whenever we press the checkout, if you have inline validation, when we press checkout, we must check if there is no inline error. So if address error is true, that means there is an inline error. Then we can say alert fix all field errors before submitting, and we return. We don't want the user to submit when there is an inline error. So right now, if I press fix all field errors before submitting, if I fix the address error and I try to check out, it's going to be the next one from here and from here. Checkout, success, checkout. Okay, so yeah, this way I showed you how you can do validation in different ways. Validation on submit, validation on the fly, like when editing. Do you have any questions on this, or is it clear? Okay, so let's have a look what people are saying here. Hey Vadim, latecomer here. You're welcome. Yeah, I hope you follow the first video, and because yeah, today we finish our UI for the Amazon clone. We're almost at the end. Are you allowed to use React Forms library? There is a pretty good one called React Hook Form, which has robust error handling, but I'm not sure if you can use it with React Native. That's a very good question. Most of the times I like these things that are quite primitive, I tend to implement them myself, but yeah, I agree. Like if you can find like a library that does this better and easier, go for it. React Native, no, it's not React Native Forms. How is it called? React Forms, right? React Forms. It really depends, but most probably it should be able, because I don't think so. No, it works with DOM elements. I guess there should be something similar to React Native Forms. React Native Forms. React Hook Forms, simple React Forms, building React Forms with... yeah, not sure. This one, something like React Hooks and Components for hassle-free form validation. Yeah, I didn't work with that, so I cannot suggest any good one. I learned a lot from your Tesla clone tutorial. Thank you, man. That's really awesome. Good luck. Start a new one. Hi, I'm pretty new to React. Would it make more sense to have a single address object with its own properties as a state of this component instead of having state props for each field? I wouldn't suggest having a single object here. So what Gianni is suggesting is to have, for example, I don't know, a general state field, set state, where we have everything there. For example, it's an object with country, with full name, and so on. It might seem that it's going to be easier to manage, but it's actually harder. I mean, whenever you want to change the state, you should remember that first of all you need to set all other fields, because whenever you'll change the full name, you don't want to reset the country or something like that. So you'll need to change. Like, it's not that horrible, but still, like whenever you set state, you're gonna have to do the state callback and do set like state then country, which is new country. So if you forget to add the first part, like the first state, you will reset all the fields. So it's a bit tricky. I wouldn't suggest doing that. I feel that this is much more clean. So let's remove it and see what people are saying. Where is it? You can use it with React Native. It's super cool. But what was? Oh, I didn't know. So yeah, if you're saying that the React Forms library works on React Native, that's really awesome. Yeah, I think for a more complex state, you're better off using user reducer instead of state. True. When you have, for example, this relationship between an address and address error, you would use a reducer, but that really depends. Like, it overcomplicates a bit things. But it definitely, if there are more dependencies like this, yeah, I think it makes sense. But I want to keep it more simple to be more beginner friendly. No, Skio is not speaking about the Redux. She was speaking about the use reducer hook. This is, I think, inspired by Redux, but it's a separate React thing, and you use it whenever you have like these dependencies. For example, whenever you change address, you should remember to change the address error to an empty string. And whenever you finish editing address, you need to validate and set address. Like these dependencies between states, they're better managed with a reducer. But don't overcomplicate that. Like, you're pretty good with state in this case as well. Form kit for React Native. I haven't used that. I should check if that's possible to use in React Native. Can you use API calls instead of hard coding in the next video? Yeah, that is the plan. First, today we finish the UI, and I don't want to mess everything like together, like UI and backend. And the next video is going to be about implementing the backend, and that's when we will implement like queries, APIs, GraphQL API, and so on. So wait for it, it's coming. Yeah, regarding React query and React hook form, pretty awesome library, super performance and very lightweight. Yeah, thank you for suggesting. Okay. All right, so what's the next step? Yeah, the next step is the thing that I hate the most, is to make sure that the keyboard does not the keyboard does not cover our inputs. First of all, we need to put the inputs in a scroll view, because we never know like if they will actually fit on the screen size of a user, because if you have like a little bit more fields, they might look good on your screen, but if a device is smaller, they might not fit. So if you, in this case, it's a good practice to put them inside a scroll view. So let's do that here. At this point, nothing will change because we don't have, I can just copy paste a couple of fields. And yeah, this is gonna be a scroll view like this. Okay, I am back to normal. And to make sure that don't hide. To make sure that our keyboard does not go over the input, we will import a keyboard avoiding view. Keyboard avoiding view. And keyboard avoiding view, I think we put it before the scroll view. Man, I hate keyboard avoiding view. I always mess it up. Okay, where is it? Come on. Come here. What's going on? Save. Okay. It will definitely not work from the beginning. So let's have a look at the documentation. Keyboard avoiding view. Okay, let's take this behavior for our keyboard avoiding view. And nothing works as usual. Okay, because platform, I need to import platform from React Native here. Okay, save and refreshing. I think I always added some padding on iOS. Tiles container. Would flex 1 change anything? No, it doesn't. It makes things worse. Where are you? Where are you? Come on. Restart. Okay, how did we fix this thing? Yeah, keyboard vertical offset. I think that's what we were adding. Keyboard vertical offset. And I think we were adding it only on the platform iOS. So platform iOS, the offset, I don't know, 150? 0, save. Right now, if I open this one, yeah, it moves. No, 150 is too much. I don't remember where is this number coming from, but it was there. 50? No, it's not even 50, it's 30? Oh, come on. What? It works without this? So, city. Try to register. No, I need that. I don't know why, but I need that. So if I am a city, yeah, I can see it on the screen and everything is working. Okay. All right, so I think that we are done with this form. And yeah, whenever we will implement the backend, here we're gonna submit all these fields about full name, phone number, address, city, and so on. We're gonna submit it together with an order to our backend. Okay, and the last step in everything that we have done here for the UI is React navigation. So React navigation, we're gonna use it to navigate from screen to screen, to have this flow, like whenever you press on an item, you're gonna go to the product details and so on. Okay, so for that we're gonna use this library called React navigation. Let's open the link for the getting started guide to install it. Okay, so let's grab the installation command. Let's go here and let's do yarn add React navigation native. It's made up of some core utilities. Okay. It also has some dependencies, and to install it in your project. No, we're not doing it in Expo, we're doing it in React Native here. So this is the dependencies that we need to also install besides the library, such as React Native Reanimated, gesture handler, screens, and so on. Let's do that as well. Quite a few dependencies. Linking is automatic. Yeah, we don't need to do anything. And if you are developing on a Mac OS or iOS, then you need to also install the pods. If you're on Windows or Linux, just keep this command, nothing will change. Let's do that here, np export install iOS. And also let's import a React Native gesture handler in our app.tsx. So let's open our app.tsx. At the top here, we can import React Native gesture handler. And yeah, and that's gonna be it. Then we're gonna set up our navigation container and all our routes. Okay, to do that, I'm gonna, in the source, I'm gonna create a folder called router that will, where we will define all the routes. Yeah, everything will be here. So new file index.tsx, React Native functional component. Come on, come on. Why don't you want to do that? Okay. React Native. Yep. This is gonna be the router. And here we don't need this one. We need to import the navigation container. Yeah, because all our applications should be inside this navigation container. Yeah, this is the container that will manage everything about our navigation, will keep the state of our screens, like which screen is visible and so on. So we need to have only one of this navigation container, and all our routes should be inside it. So let's add it here, like this. A router. And what else? Yeah, we don't have anything here, but we can put something temporarily. So I will import, I don't know, home screen from screens home screen. That's gonna be temporary here because later we're gonna add the navigation stacks themselves. Home like this, home screen. Let's just in app.tsx. Now in app.tsx we're gonna remove all the imports of the screens, and instead of rendering the screen itself, we're gonna render the router. And then router will decide which screen it should render. So router is imported from source.router here that we defined. So let's save. Router is not defined. I think I need to rerun my application because I installed new libraries. So yarn iOS. No, it actually worked. That's interesting. Will it do the backend? Yeah, of course. We're gonna do the backend in the next video. Okay. Let's have a look. Okay, we have a navigation container. Now you're ready to build and run your app on devices. Okay, besides the navigation container, we will also need some navigators. And there are a couple types of navigators. For example, there is, let's say, a drawer navigation. And here there will be an example, and it's going to be clear what a drawer navigation is. So it's this side menu, or also called hamburger menu, that is displayed here on the side. Everything is You just need to define the routes that you need to put in the drawer navigation, and everything else is already managed by you. And yeah, it renders a native component, a native drawer navigation. Also, there are tab navigation. A tab navigation. I don't see here an example, but this is like the bottom tabs of an application. Let's say, where is it? No, here, yeah, this part. This is the bottom tab navigator. And also an important navigator is our stack navigator. Do we have it here somewhere? Stack. Stack navigator. So a stack navigator does not have any specific visual effects, such as a drawer navigation or a tab navigator that shows them in tabs. However, it has like this logical stack of screens. So whenever you go from one screen to another, a stack navigator will just put the new screen on top of a previous one, and so on. And whenever you go back, it just pops the last screen, and you go back to the previous screen that you have. Here is an example. You have a first screen like of all the albums. You press on one, you get to the album details, and then you can go back. So that's achieved with a create stack navigator. So yeah, I'm gonna need the stack navigator. Let me install it. Oh, application is still compiling. And what else? We will also need a tab navigator. Okay. Come on. Why it takes you so long? Should I just try to, while it builds, to create? Okay, let's wait a bit. So what do we have here? We have first level of navigation is actually a tab navigator, because we see it here on the bottom of the screen. There is a tab navigator with 4 screens: home, profile, shopping cart, and menu or option, something like that. Then inside this home, we can see different screens, because right now we are in the home tab, and we can see the search page. But whenever we press on one item, we are still going to be on the home tab, but we're going to see the search results. So if I show you, yeah, here you see it's the same tab, but it's a different screen. That means that there is a nested navigator. So inside our home tab, we have a stack navigator that displays different screens. Okay. So is the installation finished? Yeah. Let's wait a bit more. Okay, it's done. So let's install our, come on. Let's install our stack navigator, but I'm gonna install a couple of more navigators as well. For example, oh, come on. Create bottom tab navigator. Bottom tab navigator. Let's install it as well. I'm gonna just copy the name. And anything else? Yeah, probably not at this moment. So let's start to define these routes in our project. I'm gonna close this one. We have our index. So in our router, let's define a very global root stack navigator that can contain different like global pages. I don't know, the authentication page can be here, or something that is not inside this bottom tab navigator. Initially it's gonna have like only one screen, but later on we're gonna we can have more screens in this root navigator. So here let's import from React. I'm just gonna copy it. But I don't want a bottom tab here. I want a stack. Stack? Just stack. Like this. Create stack navigator. And okay, let's create our stack navigator. So root is gonna be create stack navigator. And here inside, instead of our home screen, I'm gonna render our root dot navigator. Root dot navigator. And inside these navigators, we need to render screens. So I can render root dot, come on, root dot screen. Component is equal to initially home screen and name home. Yeah, now we see our home screen here. I'm not sure why we don't see the component itself. Weird. Is it because of the in app.tsx we have this safe area view? Can it be because of it? If I do just view, because our navigator already contains a safe area. View is not defined. What's going on there? Root screen component name home screen. Hello, where is the home screen? Let's console log something to see at least, or better console warn. Home? Yeah, it's here, but it doesn't display. It's very weird. Mhm. So what's going on? Can it be because I didn't reinstall the application after adding these two dependencies? Not sure, but we can try. Man, it's so hot in here. And what theme I use for my VS Code? I use Material Darker, I think. That's how it's called. And let's run yarn iOS one more time. But while this runs, we can define the next structure of our screens. So yeah, let's define the structure of our bottom tab navigator. So in the bottom tab navigator, we will have, let's say, bottom tab nav tsx. I'm gonna copy the index from here to our bottom tab navigator. You know why? We don't need a navigation container. I'm gonna remove a navigation container. And here, instead of importing the stack, I will import bottom tabs. And it's called create bottom tab navigator. I'm gonna replace it here, and the name is gonna be, let's say, tab. And it has similar syntax, tab.navigator for the root, like for the navigator itself, and then inside it we add tab.screens for every screen that we have there. First one is, for example, home, and that's true because yeah, this is the actual place where we want to place the home. Then we're gonna have, I don't know, another one, and another one, and another one. We're gonna have 4 here. I know that one of them is the shopping cart, right? Shopping cart screen. So the shopping cart screen will be here, and the name will be shopping cart. Home. We need to define different names. The second one is profile. And the third one, tab screen, is more or something like that. I'm gonna also call it home, this one. And now we need to include this not router but bottom tab nav. We need to include it in our router here. So instead of rendering the home here, we're gonna actually render the bottom tab nav that we will import from this folder / bottom tab nav, like this. And it's gonna be called home tabs. Yep. Okay, requiring a known module here. Yeah, because we should wait until it builds. Yeah, I'm gonna wait. I'm not gonna rush because I'd like to explain you also the next steps, like why we do them, not just do them because that's how it works. But yeah, the reason behind. Okay, we see the home tabs. This is very weird. What am I doing wrong here? Something in the app.ts. If I just return a router, yeah, now it works. Something with this background style, right? No, flex one. Yeah, okay. So yeah, this will make sure that the root view will expand on the whole screen. In our screen's home screen, I will remove the background color red and also the flex. I think we don't need it. Okay. And now in the home screen, we can scroll. Okay, what's next? What's next? The next is here on the bottom. Right now we just display, if you can see, if we just display the the name of the screens, but we would rather display some icons, right? So to display icons, let's do that. Where is it? Yeah, let me just close everything and open our bottom tab now. Okay, for each screen we can specify how is it called, icon or tab icon, something like this. But let's check because I forgot how it's called. Create bottom tab navigator, and here let's check for the icon. Hola, hola, hola. Nope, nope, nope. Nope, nope, nope. Show label, we can already say that we don't need tab bar options, I think, options. And let's say that show labels is false because we don't need any labels. That's good. We will only display icons. Hey, come on. Tab bar icon. That's how it's called. Let's do it here. Tab bar icon. And this is going to be a function. So let me just put them from new lines so you could see them. Tab bar icon. And it will receive a property color because we will need it. And here we will have to return an icon. Because we already have our vector icons, let's find a proper icon for our home tab. Let's go. Load home. And I will go with this and typo home. So let's import and typo from vector icons, where is it? React vector, React Native vector icons slash and typo. And here in the tab icon, I'm gonna render this and typo icon with a name home. Not sure why it doesn't like it, but oh, because here the first one should not be should be a curly bracket. And we can send the color that we receive here as color, and the size we can say, I don't know, let's try 18. So here we don't see anything, of course, but why? Because I don't know, string. Can I find name color? Low. Type, component element name, home tab. What am I doing wrong here? Can anyone tell? Oh, it's not equal, but no. Oh, that's inside the options. Okay, so inside options, my bad, we have an object here. We have this tab bar icon, and we do it like this. Right? Or no good. Color. Come on. Okay, here it is. Our icon is there, so we can increase right away the size. I don't know, 25. Yeah, that's good. Also, we can set here the inactive or tint color, I think. Active tint and inactive tint color. Let's say that this one is gonna be the orange. Where is it? I don't know. E45747. Inactive. And also active background. No. Active tint color. I will do this one here and another one there. So for the inactive, I don't know, color picker, something else. Something similar to that orange, but lighter. Something like this. Let's try. And we will see it whenever we will have more icons. So yeah, I can copy these options and add it to all my screens here. If I'll do like this. Okay, and more. Yeah, and we can find different icons for all of them. So for example, profile or user and typo. Yeah, we can go with this profile. Yeah, user, shopping cart. We have a shopping cart. You can choose like better icons from here, but I want to choose all of them from ntypo, just not to change the name of the icon here. And this is here. And instance, I don't know. Oh, here it is, menu, that's good. And yeah, this is the last one, menu, save. And here we have it. And whenever we change it, you see if we go from the home screen to the checkout, to the shopping cart, we see it here. Okay, that's about the tab navigator. We can also like, but no, it's disabled, I think. Yeah. You can play around with the colors, with more things here. I don't know how it should be, but yeah, I'll leave it like that. Okay, the next step is whenever we press on an item here, we need to open the details page. However, as I was saying, where is it? As I was saying, both this home page with a list of items and the product details page, they're both inside this home tab. As you see, like in both cases, this home tab is active, which means they're both inside this. So how can we do this? Is by nesting another stack navigator instead of this home screen. So instead of rendering this home screen, we will render a stack navigator that will contain two screens, home screen and product detail screen. And that's how we will do this nesting logic. So let's just copy paste the index file, rename it to home stack or something like this, home stack. Let's rename it to home stack. Home stack. We don't need the navigation container, but we will need the stack navigator. I'll just rename it to stack here. Stack navigator and stack screen. What screens this component will have? It will have, let's say the first one is home stack. No, not home stack. It's the home screen itself. And the second one is the product screen. So I'm gonna have two screens here. First one is home screen. Second one is product screen. Home screen. I'm not consistent with the names here, so sorry for that. I'm just trying to finish it faster. So product screen or product details like this. And as I said, in our bottom tab navigator, instead of rendering the home screen itself, we will render the home stack. Home stack. This will import it from the home stack. That's good. And yeah, right now nothing has changed except we see two headers. One is home tabs. This comes from our index, home tabs, and the second one is home screen, which comes from our home stack. The thing is that in this case we don't need to show the title, so I will hide all the titles for this one. So by doing screen option show header shown false, we will hide the home tab's title. Now this is a home screen. So where is the home stack? Here. Yeah, I'm not gonna do anything here, or I can actually do options, and I'll define a title that says, I don't know, home. Now it says home. Okay, now because we have this stack screen for the product details, we should be able to navigate from this page to the product details page. How to do that? Let's open our components and let's open our product item, right? Index. Product item. Okay, the first thing in this product item is that we need to convert the root view from a simple view to a pressable view, because we want to register user clicks. We want to know whenever the user clicks on this view. So to do that, I'm gonna import here pressable, and I'm gonna replace the root view with a pressable. And the only thing that it needs a on press. The on press. Yeah, I'm just gonna call it on press, and I'm gonna implement the function here. Const on press is equal to a function. Let's console warn item pressed. Save, and whenever we press on an item, we see it console logged here. That's good. So now we need to navigate from this page to the details of this product. To do that, first of all, we need to import the use navigation from React Navigation Native, this one. And in the top of our component here, we need to get a reference to the navigation. So const navigation is equal to use navigation. Pretty basic. This way, we now have access to the navigation and all the methods that navigation have. For example, navigate, go back, replace, and much more. In our case, we just need to navigate. So we'll call navigation.navigate, where to the product details, the name of our stack that we want to send. Stack screen. Save. And now if I press here, I go there. I still see the home tab as active, so I can go back to our home screen. Yeah, if I press here, it opens another one. The thing is that, yeah, the data is still dummy data, so it will still show the same thing. But in next video, we're gonna query the data about this specific product, for example, when we press it. If I change now to shopping cart, and I go back to our home screen, I still see the product screen, and I can go back. Yeah, if you think about this, it actually makes sense how it is structured. And yeah, so okay, we navigate to that product details page, but how should we know on which exact page, on which product? To do that, we can send data using navigation. So by sending an extra property, this is the arguments that we want to send. So we will send only the ID, because knowing the ID, we can always query the details. So we're gonna navigate to the product details with this ID. That means that we send this data, but we also need to know how to receive the data. Let's open our product details screen. Where is it? Product screen index. And here, instead, we will also import a helper hooker. Which is called use route. Using this, we will get access to the not stack but native. With the use route, we will get access to the details of our route. Like it makes more sense in web, because in web, like, we have this route, we have a URL, and we want to get some details from there. It's pretty similar here as well, but we don't see this URL, so there is some data there. So first of all, let's get access to this route, use route. And the route will have params. That's where we can take route. Let's console log and I'll show you params. This is the parameters. This is the extra data that the route contains, that the navigation sent. So if we look in our, why do we have here two Chrome tabs? It's enough. So if I press on this one, I have an warning. I don't know, on missing keys, virtualized list. No, I don't know for which one, but okay. But the thing is that route.params is here and it shows index ID 1. If I go back and open the second one, if I look, I see index ID 2. And yeah, this is how you send data to using navigation and how to read it using the route. And later on, in the next video, knowing the ID of item, we will be able to make a query to the backend saying, okay, give me more, all the details about the item with ID 1, and we're gonna display it here on this page. Okay. What else? What's next? Did we cover all the screens that we have here? Address screen. Okay, we don't have an address screen. And to do that, okay. All right. For the address screen, I think we'll do the same strategy as we did for the home page. To the shopping cart. So the shopping cart will be the shopping cart tab will be a stack navigator containing two screens: the shopping cart itself and the address screen. So in our router, I'm gonna take the home stack, duplicate it, rename to shopping cart stack. Here. What? Okay, we don't need this bottom tab nav, neither here nor in home stack, so we can remove it. So back in our shopping cart stack here, we will have screens, shopping cart screen, and the address screen. So let's put the first one, the shopping cart. I'm gonna name it cart. Shopping cart. And the second one is gonna be the address screen. And let's add title here as well. I don't know. The title will be, I don't know, address. Okay, so in our bottom tab navigator, we can delete the shopping cart screen import, and we will import the bottom tab now. We will import shopping cart stack from our shopping cart stack. that we just created. And let's take it and replace it here in our shopping cart. Save. Yeah, now navigating here, we see a title shopping cart, which is good. We see the shopping cart itself. And then whenever we press proceed to checkout, we will need to navigate to our address screen. So let's do that now. Where is it? Our screen, shopping cart here, index. So we do the same. Yeah, the button is here. Okay. Import a hook called use navigation from not stack but native, React navigation native. Let's get this navigation reference here. Use navigation. Let's implement the function on checkout. And on checkout, we're just gonna do navigation dot navigate to our shopping cart stack. No, where? Yeah, here, address. Here, address. And we will assign this on checkout to our button on press instead of this one. Let's just put on checkout. And if I press on checkout, navigation with payload is not handled by anything. Okay, but why? Let's try to refresh it. Oh, come on. Do you have React Native Complete course? I don't have a React Native Complete course, but I have a lot of React Native project builds from which you can learn React Native from zero. So I would suggest you start from the Tesla clone. That is a very easy entry-level build where you will build the Tesla application, the Tesla website, using React Native. And you don't need to know anything about React Native. I'm gonna teach you everything there. So start from there. You're gonna see that it's much better than a traditional course because you will build an actual application. So back to our Amazon clone here. Let's press proceed on checkout. No, it doesn't work like this because what? Why? Bottom tab navigator, shopping cart stack. We take it from stack. Shopping cart stack. Oh, name, product details should be address. Save. And now going to our shopping cart, proceed to checkout. Now it works. Back to shopping cart, back to home screen. Yeah, everything is connected, everything works. The navigation works from the screen to the screen, sending data. Yeah, I think that's everything I wanted to show you about navigation. So give me 1 minute, I'm gonna be back, and when we can continue. So be right back. Okay, guys. So Not address. What is happening there? So, bro, can you implement selling feature? What do you mean by that? That's what we are gonna implement, yeah, in the next videos. If you're referring to payment integration and so on. Make an app using Amplify push notification. I cannot find any tutorial. Yeah, that's in my to-do list. I know a lot of people are asking about push notifications with Amplify. So, guys, is everything done here? Let's try, you know what? Let's try to add the input text inside our header. What do you say? Because that's how, as you see here, that's what we see in Amazon application. In header, instead of a title, we have an input text. Let's try to do that. Close all, and I'm gonna open router, and that's in our home stack, right? Home stack here. Okay. So, I think we can. There is a screen options, and a screen option called header. Header, which we can define as a component, right? If I'm not mistaken. And here, let's just do a text test. So let's import the text from React Native. Save. Save. Yeah, it's there. It's there. It's there, but it doesn't look very good. In app.tsx, we have a safe area view. I think we can go back to it. And now the test looks better. No, I don't like it. I don't like it because here on the bottom, like, it adds extra space. So I can do the safe area view inside. Where? Here, inside our stack navigator, to put everything here. Let's try. And let's import it from React Native. A navigator can only contain screen components as its direct child found. Okay. But if I do it like this. Okay, yeah, like this, it will work better. So here for this header, we need to style this header, you know. So I don't know, we can create it as a separate component here. Header component is equal to a separate component where we will return this text initially, and then we're gonna change it to an input. So header is header component. Oh, come on. Save. Okay, so here, first of all, we will have a view to contain everything So it's gonna be a view. Inside the view, we're gonna have a text input. Text input. View imported from React Native, and as well text input from React Native. Let's not import it from there. Text input. Save. Style. Okay, it's gonna be interesting. Style. Height 50. What's going on here? What? When I did text, it worked. What? The problem is in this view? Come on, what's happening with you? Okay, like this. So, background color white. And okay, I think that the safe area view, I will put it here, not there, because I want yeah, I want that the header will go till the top. That's weird. Like this, and let's add only background color to the safe area view. Background color white. Save. Okay, that's good. So instead of text, we're gonna have a text input with some style. For example, height 40. Placeholder, let's say search. Text input, some margin 10. And what else do we have there? Okay, the background color here is a very interesting color. I don't think it's this one. Okay, color picker. Let's something like this. Let's try it. Okay, something like that. And the text input. And the text input is white with some border. Okay, text input, background color white. What's going on? What happened with you? Are you okay? Doesn't seem like that. background color white. Save. All right. And yeah, besides padding, we can add some, besides margin, we can add some padding like 5. Yeah, that's better. If we want to add that icon, yeah, I'm going crazy here. I want to implement everything. We'll put everything inside a view. We'll put the text input here. The background color will be of a view. So style is equal like this. We're gonna have this padding and margin probably here. Save. And before the text input, I'm gonna add an icon. I don't know, let's say from import and typo from React vector icons, these ones, and typo. I'm gonna try. I don't know if there is a search. Let's hope that there is something like that. And size, I don't know, 20. Save. There is no things like such thing like that, but I can do flex direction row. Save. And align items center. Okay. Let's get React vector icons directory. Let's find an icon for the search icon. Search. Let's go. Come on. This one is good. Okay, that's good. And for the text input, I can do margin left, I don't know, 10 pixels. Margin. And now I can search something here, but to manage the actual search value, we need the state. So we can keep the state of the search input here in the home stack, because here is where we can send it both to the header component and both to the home screen. And yeah, let's do that. Let's say use state, and in our home stack we will search value set search value is use state empty string. So we're gonna send them both to the header component, because we need to both display them there and update. So search value is equal to search value, and the set search value is equal to set search value. And we're gonna send the search value to the home screen here. And to do that, we need to send props here, the same way as we do it. But okay, let's first implement it here. So we're gonna have search value and set search value from here, and the props will be header component props. I'm gonna define real quick the interface, and the interface will contain these two fields of search value is string, and this one is I don't know, an arrow function. I think it's not, yeah, it's not an arrow function, but we can define it like this. So the search value will go into the value of our text input, search value, and the set search value will go on text, on change text, on change text equal like this. So whenever we write here, our search value will be saved in our home stack, and by doing that we can send it to our home screen where all the logic of querying will happen. So in this case, when we need to send some properties here, we should change a bit the structure. So I'm gonna delete the component home screen. I'm gonna expand the screen stack here, and inside this, if I'm not mistaken, it expects a function that returns the component. So it's home screen, right? Home screen. We're gonna see if that's how it wants. Yeah, it doesn't complain, which means that's good. So now we can send to the home screen, yeah, only the search value, because we don't need to update it there. We just need to know like what is the search value, how should I query the data from the backend. So let's go in our home screen and receive this search value. Screens, home screen, index, search value is serve. I'll define the interface inline here, string. So let's, I don't know, yeah, I'm gonna console log here the search value, just to make sure that we get the correct value there. So if I change here the search field, yeah, in my home screen, in my home file, I see the search field that we have here, which is good. Perfect. Okay, so we did that as well. What else you want? Shall we say that we have a pretty complete UI and ready to take it to the next level and integrate the backend and payment integration and everything? Damn, this is still live. At this point, I'm not very surprised that I'm going live for 3 hours, because I have been live for 12 hours. You can check the video in the description. So yeah, that's when things start being interesting, like after 8 or 10 hours, especially when you set yourself a big challenge and you see that you have only 2 hours, but you have like 2 or 3 major tasks, and you just go, and yeah, at that point you just don't feel tired and you just go. So what do you think about these guys? Did you find this valuable? If yes, please subscribe to the channel. You know where it is. Somewhere here, yeah, somewhere here. Subscribe, don't forget. So I'm gonna push everything, all the code to the GitHub. You can check it out. I really suggest you, if you follow along and if you intend to, if you're not watching this for entertainment but for educational purposes, I highly encourage you to build everything yourself. Just, yeah, look at what I'm doing, then do it yourself. And depending on how prepared, like what is your level of experience. You can either, if you don't have a lot of experience, you can either just copy paste. Like if I write a view style here, you do it the same. Initially, you'll feel that, yeah, that's probably a waste of time, but that's how you train like the muscle memory. And in short time, everything will make sense. And after that, you will not copy, but you will understand like what comes next, and you will do things on your own. If you have more experience, you just can look at one feature that I built and then try to do it yourself. If you get stuck, you go back, see how I did it, and implement it in your project. So I think that's the best way to git code main git status git commit part 2, let's say git push origin main. Okay, so now it should be on the main branch on GitHub. Is it? Come on. Come on, come on, come on. Where is my... Okay, yeah, that was a fun project, but it's not done yet. So next week we will implement the backend, and everything will come from our backend API. We're gonna implement the authentication, the GraphQL API, databases, and all the good stuff. And after that, we're also gonna implement the payment integration. Yeah, you're welcome here. I see that there are new people on the channel. That's really awesome. You can also join the Discord channel where a lot of people are building this application. You can exchange your experience. If you have any issues, you can ask via the community, and people will try to help you. And yeah, whenever I have time, I join the Discord and I try to help people that have issues there. So yeah, the link should be in the description. Yes, already in. Yeah, never know how time goes. Yeah, I call that flow state. And whenever you are in this flow state, you just don't feel how time flies. So yeah, during these live streams, when I build like features after features, and then I look at the time like, oh my god, it's 3 hours and I haven't been to the toilet. That's okay. Is this beginner friendly? Yeah, this is quite beginner friendly. I explain all the steps that I'm doing. I'm explaining all the concepts, all the new concepts that I'm implementing. But if it's your first React Native project and you're very, very beginner, I suggest you start with a Tesla clone. That build, yeah, I made it as simple as possible. So you can start from there and then come here and continue with this one. But again, I'm covering all the steps from setting up everything till here. You can ask other people here that are following how was their experience and if they managed to follow along. Hi there. I'm Android native dev. Oh my god, I remember working in Android native. I don't know, it gave me so much anxiety. Like in Android native, it's always like there is a lot of boilerplate that you need to write. That as a beginner, and I think as an advanced user as well, most of the things you don't understand, like why you're writing this. But you need to write it because yeah, that's in documentation, and just to make like, I don't know, a Flatlist work, you need to connect like a million things to make sure everything is set up just to make it work. Yeah, man, it's... I don't miss those times. Like when I switched to React Native, like everything started to make sense and everything is so much easier to do. And yeah, if you're coming from, maybe because I had a little bit of experience in web development before that, and yeah, React Native is more close to that. Diego, you're welcome. Thank you very much for appreciating it. So, do you have any other questions, guys? Let me know. Let's have a bit of chat, and then we can call it a day and start the weekend. So, who is gonna implement themselves and the Amazon clone? Let me know down below. I'm really interested if you guys are planning to do it. By the way, I've got a new chair, so now it's gonna be possible to stay for more time in live streams. So I'm thinking 24 hours challenge. Why don't you use just color picker? Is that extension? If yes, the answer is because I'm lazy and I never install plugins after I set up like a tool. Like initially, I'm very perfectionist. I set up a lot of plugins. I make them sure that I like them, and after that, like, okay, that's it, enough. So how is it called? Just color. But I miss it. I need it, to be honest. I don't know. Color picker. Is this something that I need? No, that's so hard. Why would it do that? Alt C. I want something easier, just to press on it and, oh, this one. Oh, but the UI is so bad. I don't like it. Can you guys recommend any color pickers? Good ones? What does your shirt say? Can you see it? Or is it reversed? I think you can read it. Yeah, notJust developer. Will you make a project with Context API or Redux? Yeah, maybe. maybe. Greetings from Uzbekistan. Hello. What other things have you tried, bro, in your tech careers? I'm a beginner and would help to know. Yeah, I tried a lot of things, to be honest, from, I don't know, game development, web development, mobile development, native, and so on. AI, augmented reality. What else? Yeah, a lot of things. But yeah, at the moment, I'm focusing more on mobile development. Actually, I'm a generalist. I'm not specialized in one technology. I'm more like, I know a lot of technologies, and that helps me understand like what are the possibilities and what technologies are there whenever I want to start a startup, whenever I want to build a project. Because like if you know like a lot of tools, like what are we doing and what are we good at, it's much easier like to pick up the details. Because whenever you have a project, you have a goal, you don't have to be an expert in a technology to accomplish it. Like you'll get to do it with Google, with the help of internet. Like there is so many resources. It's only like if you can search them right, then everything is possible. But just to know like what technologies exist out there, it's, in my opinion, important. And probably it depends on different people and on their goals, because I don't know, I don't intend to be, let's say, the best React Native developer or the best notJust developer or something like that, because I see these tools, I see them as tools to accomplish a goal. So I'd rather know more of them and know when and what to use whenever I have an idea, whenever I have a problem and I need to solve it. So more from an entrepreneurship mindset. How many years has it been, bro? I started programming, I think 8 years ago. It's gonna be 8 years ago. And after my first year of learning programming, being still in high school, I started working like in the professional field started working as a web developer. When still I was very green, I didn't know a lot of things, but I was very eager to learn and very curious, and that's how I managed to get the job. And I was being paid by learning how to code. How about implementing push notifications? That's a good suggestion for a video. We should definitely do it in future. Not sure if I'm gonna do it in this tutorial, but I know push notification is something that a lot of people are asking. Hello from Egypt. I love your videos very much. Hello, Mohammed. You're welcome here. Thank you very much. How did you start? I started learning it during high school. And like from the first times that I started learning it, like I was doing C++, I think. Like I enjoyed it, and I was very curious, and I wasn't doing only at school. I was going back home and trying things on my own. Not very crazy about it. I was starting like pretty slow, and because it was quite easy for me, I don't know. But still, I was looking for contests. I was looking for what can I build with the knowledge that I had. Like I was trying, I don't know. I remember in a couple of months of learning C++, I said like, what can I build? Can I build Snake with this? And we didn't learn at school, for example, graphic interface programming with C++. But that's something that I learned on my own because I was curious, like, can I make Snake with C++? And I think I coded like for 8 straight hours without getting out of my computer, and I coded a freaking Snake with C++. So I think, the being curious and trying to challenge yourself and to see like what can you build. It's a very good way to learn, because you're not gonna get bored this way. You have a challenge, like you're doing something, you're building a project. So in that case, you're not bored. You're not just learning. You're not just reading a book or watching a tutorial, but you have a problem, build the snake, and you have some knowledge. But in between the problem and the knowledge, there is a very big gap. You start Googling like how to Do graphic user interface in C++. You see a library, let's try it, let's go, and so on, like until you do it. And yeah, that's why I believe in the project learning. That's why I'm doing these project-based builds on the channel. And I see that a lot of people are enjoying this because in a couple of hours, like in 8 hours, you can build a Spotify clone that is working, or I don't know, an Uber clone that is working. And it's still far from perfection. It's still far from being deployed, but it's something that is working with frontend, with backend, with authentication, with a lot of stuff. Okay. I agree. I learned more while in dev project than while I was actually learning. That's very true. Like, whenever you start building things, you will get into problems. You will get into a lot of problems. And that's when you'll start Googling. And whenever you'll solve, you'll have this aha moment. Like, okay, I have this problem. I did that, and it worked. And then like all the dots will connect in your brain. So the more you fail, I think the more you learn. So get out there, set yourself a challenge, start building a real project, fail a lot, and learn from these mistakes, and just move on. Hello, we will do the backend. Yes, we will do the backend in the next video. So subscribe to the channel, turn on the notification bell, because next Friday at 2 p.m. GMT, we're going live and we implement the backend for the Amazon clone. What are you using for backend? For this project, we're gonna use AWS Amplify. It's a very great technology that you'll see how easy and fast it will be to develop the backend. How old are you, Vadim? I'm in a month, 24, I guess. Bro, what about the backend? Yes, we'll do it. What is more important? Memory, practice, food, good sleeping, focus on one language. Okay, that's that's a lot of important stuff. I would say practice. That's how you develop the muscle memory. And because you don't need memory, you don't need to remember all the syntax, because as you see, I constantly forget things that I use every day. I constantly forget after a 2 or 3 hours live stream. I forget justify content. I'm like, how is that called? Like, my memory is very bad. It's terrible. But I know that it's like aligning items with justify. So I do Google search, justify something, and I see it. Okay, move on. So memory, I don't think it's very important. But practicing and just having an idea of what exists out there. And then if you have this idea, if you already tried it without memorizing it, you will know that, okay, whenever I need to render a list of items, I remember there is something like Flatlist. You go to the documentation, you check like the syntax, and you implement it. Or I remember that, okay, I implemented like an image carousel in the Amazon clone that Vadim did. Let me go check that out, how I did there, and I can do it in this project. And things that you do more often, those things, you by like naturally you'll start remembering. So good sleeping, it's always important for your health. Don't go crazy about it. Focus on one language. That's actually a good point. You have to focus on one language. But I remember, like, in the beginning, it's very hard. Like, you start this journey, you need to invest like a lot of time. You need to invest like thousands of hours until you master a language. And it's a bit scary, like, what if I don't choose the best language out there? And that's why a lot of beginners are asking so often, like, what is the best language to learn in 2021, or what is the best language between this and that. And yeah, in my opinion, there is no best language. It's just like languages that are good in a situation or another. And yeah, in a way, you should focus on one language. Don't jump from one to another. But once you master a language, and if you don't like it, and if you're still in your early days, it will not hurt to give it a try with another language. Just have a look, just build one simple project in a weekend. Because once you learn a language, like other languages, is just syntax. Everything else, if you have good fundamental skills, then switching from one language to another is going to be pretty easy. Like after a couple of languages that I learned, C++, C#, what else, Java, then whenever I started a project in a different language, I didn't have to start a course on that language. I just started, and whenever I needed something, for example, I need a if statement, I Google if statement PHP or if statement JavaScript. It gives me. I need a loop. I search like loop JavaScript. And that way, like, I don't spend any time on learning actual language. I spend time building a project. And by doing so, I end up learning a new language. So yeah, that's the idea. But once you get a hang of a couple of languages, and you see what works for you, what is easier for you, and what you enjoy, then you will not want to jump, and you're going to be more hesitant to learn new languages. Because it's a matter of having results rather than knowing like 10 languages. Like, it doesn't matter how many languages are you. When I applied for Amazon, they didn't even ask me in what language I was coding, because it doesn't really matter. I wasn't applying as a JavaScript developer or as a React developer or notJust developer or Java developer. I was applying as a software developer engineer, and my whole team was working in Java. And if I would join one of the existing projects, I would do it in Java. But I had a separate project of my own, and I suggested them, like, okay, why not do it in React.js? I told them the benefits, but yeah, a lot of other new projects there is using new technologies. So yeah, I was doing in React.js, but yeah, the language doesn't matter at the end of the day. Bro, you are big. In what sense I am big? That can have a lot of meanings. What are your thoughts on PVA, and if it's going to replace mobile apps? I remember PVAs, like the concept of PVAs will replace mobile apps from a long time. I think 4 years ago, when I was working with a client, I was looking into that. I don't know. There is still a big gap between a PVA and a mobile application. But if you already have a web application, a very big and successful web application, and you want to support mobile, I think it's a great idea to go with a PVA route, because it's going to be much less expensive. And of course, if you don't depend on a lot of features that are not supported in PVA. I don't know, if you have like a lot of web application are just a representation of data. And in that case, yeah, PVA might work well. What else? I already subscribed. Thank you very much. And tell all your friends to do so. Havadim, I'm making the WhatsApp clone. Thanks a lot for your work. Greetings from Chile. Thank you very much. WhatsApp clone is the biggest project on my channel. How do you enjoy it so far? or anything like Uber Eats. I don't understand. What does this refer to? I don't see the beginning of a question. Which was your favorite project? My favorite project that we build on this channel. My favorite project. I don't know. I liked all of them. Yeah, to be honest, I liked all of them. I don't have a personal favorite. I'm just thinking like which one I would do it again. Which one was your favorite project? That's the question. Bianca, I have learned more from you than I learned in campus. Thank you, sir. Okay, that's a big statement. Thank you very much. I'm proud that I was able to help you with something. Make a tutorial with deep linking React Native. Oh, I should do that as well in my startup. Do you work with React.js? If I have a problem that React.js would solve, yes, I do. I'm not an expert there, but yeah, I use all the tools that I have, like only like to solve problems. So at my startup, we needed a dashboard to manage our users, our videos, our categories a lot. Like we have a lot of data there. So yeah, like we have a problem. The solution is what? Of course, React.js, because our application is React Native. The context switch from React Native to React.js is minimal. So if you code like half of the day in React Native and you switch, you have a feature that you need to implement in the dashboard. You need to do it in React.js. There, you will not need to switch your mindset to start developing it in, I don't know, what exists out there. So yeah, I work with React.js, and also our notJust.dev platform is gonna use React.js with Next.js. So it's still React.js. I was asking, will you do anything like Foodpanda or Uber Eats? We did the Uber clone. Uber Eats, maybe we'll do it. How is your data structures and algorithm, and what would you suggest to people who don't have a tech degree? Yeah, humbly saying, I'm pretty good on data structure and algo, and I enjoy very much this field. I don't know. I participate. That's how I actually started. Like with these programming contests that are heavily dependent on data structures and algo, with coding contests online. Like I don't know if you know about Coding Game. I was a nerd there, playing a lot there, and yeah. What would you suggest to people who don't have a tech degree? I don't know. Start with front-end development. The learning curve is a bit lower than some back-end heavy development, in my opinion. So yeah, I think it's gonna be easier, let's say, because nothing is easier in programming. Let's not lie to ourselves. When are you launching a course? That's a very good question. It's coming. Let's say in the next 6 months, definitely, because I'm finishing my uni. I'm writing my thesis, so I spend some time there. Not, let's say, a lot of time. If anyone from university is watching. I'm spending a lot of time there, and I'm finishing it in 2 months. So after that, I should have a little bit more time for YouTube. And I also spend a lot of time at my startup. But yeah, I'm planning to do like a very big, should I say it? A very big React Native and Amplify project, like a full stack, where we will take everything like from zero to a like a full featured application with everything working, like with notifications, API authentication, storage, analytics, deploying it to market, pagination, you name it, like recommendation algorithms if we will go like that crazy. So it's gonna be like a crazy big tutorial of probably more than 20 hours. Love your work, friend. Thanks from India. Thank you very much. CSS is a nightmare sometimes. Yes, we need to put that on I don't know. What are we going to use in backend for this? Kindly tell me. We're gonna use AWS Amplify. Already told that. Text, you're the best programmer in the world. Text. Thank you very much. I believe there are better programmers in the world than me, but I'll take it. Because I'm not just a developer, you know, and neither should you be. We are more than just developers. Have you ever worked with Romanian people? Yes. At university, I have a lot of Romanian. I'm doing my studies in Netherlands, and I have a lot of Romanian classmates there. Thank you for doing these tutorials. You concentrate on many things related to backend as a service, but not Firebase in particular. Yeah, I'm a bit biased towards AWS Amplify, and I think that this is going to be the future. Yeah, I love everything about AWS, and before the Amplify, everything in AWS was very technical. But I love that. I spend a lot of time learning it. I have AWS certifications. I'm using it at my startup. But when I started using AWS Amplify, everything about AWS became like 10 times better, 10 times easier. And I'm just, impressed about that. So I really love that. I'm gonna use it a lot in my tutorials. Hello, I watched your video about Tesla React Native app today, and I just wanted to thank you for teaching me React Native. What does it mean you watched it? Did you implement it? Is it Netflix? Are you watching it like a movie? Or you followed it and you implemented it yourself? That's the question. Does Amplify have an option to create a DynamoDB table for test, and then if everything is okay, push to production? Yes, Amplify has that not only for DynamoDB table. For all the AWS stack, you have environments. So, for example, in the vCrypto, I coded everything in the dev environment, and when I was happy with this, I switched to a new environment. I pushed everything. It created the same stack one more time. And that is the production environment. And then you can go back to the dev environment, do changes. If you like them, push it to production. And changing from an environment to environment is very easy. It's quite similar to changing GitHub branches. Like you do Amplify checkout dev, you move to the dev, and then you have to pull the differences or to push the differences and so on. So that's a very good question. Thank you for asking. Have you tried Flutter? If yes, is it better to learn than React Native? I haven't tried Flutter, and I don't know. Put that on a t-shirt. Yes. Where is it? CSS is a nightmare sometimes. Flutter has this ugly syntax. Oh my god, yes, thank you for mentioning this. I was saying this a lot of time, like I didn't write Flutter, but I saw Flutter code and I wanted to cook. I don't know, like it's so ugly. But I'm still saying that maybe I saw bad Flutter code. So maybe there is good Flutter code. I'm not a hater of Flutter, don't get me wrong. If Flutter will solve your problems and will using it you'll achieve your goals, like go with it. I'm perfectly fine. AWS Amplify versus Firebase. Amplify. Firebase versus Amplify, which and why? Yeah, I told it just now. I'm a bit biased toward Amplify. That's what I said. I worked a lot, and with Amplify, like first of all, let's look at this. Let me search something. Maybe that will prove a point. One second. I'm gonna prove a point. Come on, Google, please. No, it doesn't want. So I'm gonna get back to that. So let's. Oh, very good question. Why do you say not just a developer? How to be more than that? Oh my God, there is so many ways to be more than just a developer. And there are so many just developers and people that just know these technologies, and yeah, they can be good at that. But nowadays you have to be more than a developer. You have to have a lot of skills if you want to succeed. In my specific case, I see programming and development as a tool, like as a way to achieve some goals, as a way to solve problems. And yeah, I think more in that direction, like what problems are there, how can we solve that? And at this moment, in my opinion, the best tool to solve problems is programming, but that might be different in 5 years. Maybe in 5 years, to solve problems on a global scale to impact a lot of people. Maybe it's not going to be through development, through coding. Maybe it's going to be through something else. So that's why I believe like you shouldn't be just a developer. You should be like more than that. But it is personal for everyone. What you have to be except a developer. A problem solver first of all. I implemented it myself, of course. Okay, that's better. Congratulations. What are you searching here? So that's what I wanted to show you. So here, I don't know what's the date of this graph, but come on, open something. So the market share of cloud computing, AWS is at 32%, and Google is at 9%. And this is in what? When is that? 2020. So you can understand the power of AWS. It's more than the first three, like Azure, Google Cloud, and Alibaba Cloud together, right? Yeah, no, it's not more than that, but you get the idea. They are pretty huge in this sector. And with Amplify, which is very young, they are improving it day by day. They are disrupting this like backend as a service technologies, and they're making so much easier for mainly front-end developers to get into backend and to build full stack applications. But more importantly, they make it faster to build applications, and I think that's the power of it. What else? Okay, that's a very nice chat, guys. I really enjoy doing this. Probably we should organize some more Q&As. What do you suggest? Like separate Q&As, live streams, where we can chat about this stuff, because I really enjoy talking with you guys. But yeah, I'm gonna take a couple of more questions and then we should end this. Oh my God, it's 4 hours already. Okay, so not more than 4 hours. After this video, I'll be making my account on Fiverr. Any tips for me? That's very good. Yeah, go for it. It's gonna be hard in the beginning, of course, but start small and eventually you're gonna get there. Add some of these projects to your portfolio there on Fiverr. I didn't work on Fiverr. I don't know how it works. And yeah, don't undersell yourself. But I think on Fiverr that's a bit hard because everyone is competing. And yeah, but try not to undersell yourself. That's a mistake that I did in the beginning, but good enough that I understand that I'm underselling and I was raising the prices. Can you use React models in React Native? No idea. Yes, there are trailing commas for Flutter. Alexei, thank you, Vadim. I'm an AWS solution architect, but you give me so many impressions to coding at my free time and learn a modern JS and native technologies. Thank you a lot. That's very awesome. I'm really happy that my content is helpful not only for beginners, but also for experienced developers that want to learn something new, to get into a new technology. And yeah, I'm trying to have this balance between how easy it is and how advanced it is. Like, hopefully I managed to do that. Alexei, are you certified for AWS Solution Architect? I have used it to make an app and my senior guided me, and in the end all the commas help to format the Flutter code. Okay, or comments, yeah. Yeah, I don't say, maybe, yeah, probably that's why I was saying, like, probably I saw bad Flutter code, that's why it was ugly. I test Flutter and I'm switching to React Native. Can you make videos on React Native animations? I haven't done React Native animations myself, but I'm interested to try them and to give it a try and to teach them here. However, I can recommend some good channels on animations. One of them is William. I cannot pronounce his last name. William. Let's go here. Let's do some plugs for the community. Oh, why is my internet so slow? Can anyone tell me? William. But whenever I'm doing the speed test, like, the internet is flying. Candilon. I don't know how to pronounce, sorry. So he's doing a very good React animation tutorials, and also Catalin Miron. He's also has some very good tutorials about animations. I don't think that it's possible in React Native. What's possible in React Native? I didn't get that. Might not be that easy, I mean. What do you think about learning and teaching Express.js in 2021? It's a very good and solid and tested technology. But whenever nowadays I get back to MERN-Stack, because I did a tutorial on the channel, a lot of you have asked it. I did a MERN-Stack tutorial, and after coding so much with Amplify, I feel that I am, like in the Stone Age with two stones, like doing something very stupid when I'm doing MERN-Stack, because I know how faster and how much easier and secure and everything is doing it with our technologies. But yeah, in some situation I agree, like you gotta do it with Express.js or something like that. Even my startup is using a normal MERN-Stack like Express and so on. I'm on the way. Oh, okay. That's awesome. I'm a CTO at my own business and as employee too. But since 2 years, I develop myself in many IT fields. That's really awesome. I highly recommend you take the how they're called, the certificate, the AWS certifications, and I would suggest you go for all three at the same time. The associate level, because there are a lot of topics that are overlapping. Yeah, I went crazy and I took the 3 exams in the same day. I don't recommend that. You can take like an exam each week. So like 1 month you prepare, and then in 3 weeks you give exams. But yeah, I was constrained by time and I took them in the same day, and yes, I passed them. And but when you're learning for the exams, like you're learning such like a lot more than you would use day by day. And yeah, now I'm planning to learn for the solution architect, the professional level, but I'm not now because I don't have a lot of time. Is it just me, or is the stream about 3 minutes late? Might be. But also I'm reading comments like that are older, so maybe that's why. Okay, guys, I think that okay, we are over 4 hours. I think that's that's enough for today. I really had a great time building the application and also chatting here with you guys. We should definitely do more Q&As. Yeah, don't forget that next week on Friday we continue this build. We continue the Amazon build. We do the backend integration. So please subscribe to the channel, turn on the notification bell, not to miss the live stream. And yeah, thank you very much for joining. Thank you very much for all the great questions. And take care, write clean code, stay hydrated, and what else? All the good stuff, guys. Okay, bye. Love you. Come on, that's awkward. I said bye.